Hello, I'm Donald Trump in New York Robin Hood. Then one fateful night my father was just walking down the street, and he happened on a duffel bag abandoned at his feet. And within that bag he found something that still gives Hello, I'm Donald Trump, and it's the year 2046. And in light of my 100th birthday year, I thought it would be sensational if I did a draw my life. I was born into a humble little family in Queens. Both my parents barely had the means to feed us rice and beans. In my teens I was the leader of a gang to do some good, and the people soon would know me as the New York Robin Hood. Then one fateful night my father was just walking down the street, and he happened on a duffel bag abandoned at his feet. And within that bag he found something that still gives me the chills. My dad was thrilled to find it filled up with $1 million bills. It was huge! In his wisdom, Daddy gave the $1 million straight to me, 'cause he knew that in my big hands was the safest it could be. Now I wanted to buy property to help my wallet fatten, something perfect for construction land I wouldn't have to flatten. So I bought an island from the engines and I called it Manhattan. Because I'm Donald Trump, the one, the Donald Trump. I'm worth a huge, huge sum. Please rise for Donald Trump. I'm the best, that's all there is to it. Then my friends all came to me to seek advice or to be blessed, and I realized it was wrong to keep this hidden from the rest. So I started a TV show where my brilliance could be shared, and of course it was the hugest show that ever had been aired. People couldn't get enough of me with ratings off the charts, but I soon got bored and quit the show, which broke 1 billion hearts. There were riots in the streets as people begged me to come back. Every citizen believed that I could set things back on track. But they didn't simply want me as an icon on the screen. People knew I was the greatest leader that had ever been. The entire country came and started banging at the gates, demanding Trump be their next president of these United States. Because I'm Donald Trump, the one, the Donald Trump. I'm worth a huge, huge sum. Please rise for Donald Trump. As the president, I made our country's problems go away, building walls and making sure that only Mexico would pay. I got bored and started thinking like a true entrepreneur. I had made America great again, so why not go greater? So I had us hop across the wall, invading all below. All of South America welcomed me, not one of them said no. We felt bad about our neighbors up in Canada, and so we invaded there as well, and so America did grow. But then countries round the world began to see how great I was. They were jealous and insisted that they join me in my cause. The entire planet came and finally realized what I'm worth, and so elected me to be the only president of Earth. Because I'm Donald Trump, the one, the Donald Trump. I'm worth a huge, huge sum. Please rise for Donald Trump. As the president of Earth, I ended poverty and crime. All humanity had never seen a more sensational time. But like always, I, the Trump, am never satisfied or done. So I set my sights up high towards the planets and the sun. With my Trump spaceships and rockets, I took over all of Mars, and I plan to still expand and win the war for all the stars. It's been quite a life so far, but this is only just the start. If my scientists do their part, I will never go away. No, the Trump is here to stay. I will never die, no goodbye, please applaud. I'll be God, can't be topped, won't be stopped. China, 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 China. Because I'm Donald Trump, the one, the Donald Trump. I'm worth a huge, huge sum. Please rise for Donald. I'm the Donald. Yes, the Donald.
keep inviting Rolling Thunder. 10 veterans came to the GOP with us. Now, with our little core 20 group of 20, we put the fear of God in the sound of the establishment, because on 3 we went 1, 2, 3, Trump, really loud, and everybody's like, whoa, they're here. And we did it again later. But anyway, it was an awesome debate, had fun. In the Marine Corps, we say a thing, I'm going to do it 1, 2, 3, then you say it after me, okay? 1, 2, 3, hoorah! Okay, we're going to do it again together. 1, 2, 3, hoorah! Awesome. That sounds so great. Okay, so I'm going to say the pledge here. Thank you so much. It's been an honor to be here, and I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the speakers and Mr. Trump when he comes here as well. Oh, and don't forget the books. Crippled America. If you have not read this book, read the book. Okay? Everybody says, oh, he doesn't have a plan. The details, the plans are here. Okay? Same thing with Time to Get Tough. Pick up the book. And this is not a paid endorsement. I read the book, love the book, and so forth. Okay, join me in the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're also going to do the Texas flag as well. Honor the Texas flag. One state under God, one indivisible. Hoorah, thank you.
Our next guest is going to be singing the national anthem. Let's please give a warm welcome to Rochelle Pierce.
Good afternoon. I would be so honored if you would sing with me this evening, please. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, for our next special guest, I want to talk about a strong advocate for conservatives, for Republicans, and women. How many women do we have here today? You know, I think we might have more women here than we do men. Come on, then. So I know we have a lot of women for Trump. Let's please welcome my friend and Houston's very own Teresa Kosmosky. She's a local activist and the Texas Federation of Republican Women president. And like us, she believes that we will win with women, and she's a strong conservative leader helping to get the word out, generating interest and excitement. She's a valuable leader drawing attention towards Mr. Trump and our movement. Thank you, Teresa.
It is so exciting to be here today. You know, we're on the verge of doing something really special this November. And as I sat and thought about what are the things that I want to see in a president, I also thought about a few things I don't want to see in a president. For instance, we don't need to see Hillary homesteading the White House yet again. I don't know about you, but I thought we got away from the idea of inherited rulers when we declared our independence from Great Britain. We also don't need a hypocrite for a president. One that takes money from countries that don't even like Americans, and she puts it in her pocket through a French or Canadian foundation. Now, I think if you want to put your money in Canada, you ought to go to Canada, and I'll draw her a map. Yeah. We don't need another worldwide apology tour, and we certainly don't need another crash course in the definition of two-letter words. We don't need an American murdering, soul-sucking, left-wing elitist who could give a damn about our principles. And let me tell you what else we don't need. We don't need to spend 1 minute living in a country where our borders are the least of our concerns because we don't have the military might to swat a fly out of the sky, let alone defend ourselves from foreign invaders. But I tell you what we do need. We need a president who isn't part of any political ruling class, someone who still proves to us that the American dream is alive and is still achievable. We need a president who displays intelligence, intuition, and determination, because trust me, the other guys don't have that on their side. We need a president who isn't afraid to be a leader and make the tough decisions that we need to make today. We need a president who will not kowtow to special interests. We need a president who understands how the economy works so our Americans can work and our families can prosper. We need a president who will act decisively to strike terror in the hearts of the terrorists who want to hurt us. We need a president who will remember to honor the sacrifices of those who serve and have served our countries and their families, and who will refuse to allow bloated bureaucrats to deny them what they have earned. We need a president who understands that excessive taxes are a modern-day version of indentured servitude, and we won't stand for it. We won't stand for it. We need a president who will not compromise our values or our Constitution for the sake of political correctness. We need a president who understands that it is really time to make America great again. I can promise you that the Texas Federation of Republican Women stands ready, willing, and able to make that happen along with all of you. And for all those reasons, we need to elect Donald Trump. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Trump, 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 Trump. Thank you, Teresa. Next, I'd like to introduce another veteran of the United States Marine Corps who served in Operation Desert Storm in Kuwait. Ryan Stickney would like to share his testimony of his personal experience with Mr. Trump's support of the troops during his active duty service when Mr. Trump facilitated a flight home with his reserve unit from Camp Lejeune to Miami. Please welcome Ryan Stickney.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for letting me talk about this tonight. Why do I need to say this is I've heard a lot of people disparaging Mr. Trump about his loyalty to the troops as being it's a convenient time to be loyal to him. And I want to tell you a little story that happened in 1991. My reserve unit was out of Miami, Florida. We went to combat in Desert Storm. And when we returned, we did our decompression time at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. The entire family cadre got assembled at Miami International Airport to visit us and meet with us on our arrival home from Camp Lejeune on a specific date. Sorry, I didn't write it down. The aircraft that was supposed to transport us home, for some reason, to the best of our information that I got, was diverted, broke down, who knows? Who cares? But somehow the information got back to Mr. Trump. Trump's shuttle was operating from New York to D.C. at the time, and he diverted one of his aircraft to Camp Lejeune. Now, our administration staff told him there was 102 Marines, there was 201. That airplane flew us down to Miami for the first half of our guys. Since I was a newly appointed corporal, I got to stay and go with the second group. That gave us more time in the bar. When we landed in Miami International Airport, no one knew who Trump was. We didn't. Who's Donald Trump? Who's this guy that just sent an airplane? Why is there a name of Trump on the side of it? We literally had no idea who we were talking about. But his devotion to us that day, his loyalty to us that day, I never forgot. And I came forward with that information just recently because I was trying to rebut a comment that was made on a talk radio show. I just wanted to call and give a 2-second rebuttal about how I was treated and my fellow Marines were treated by Mr. Trump back in 1991. I had no idea that it would become this, and I hope it becomes something that is a helpful catalyst to Mr. Trump in becoming the next president. But I want to say something else. I want to look at the comparison and contrast to what may have happened. If that call would have been made to our current president, I think he might have said something like, well, the lack of your aircraft is based on too many guns. And what infuriates me more is that there was a person in a command position that once said that it was a fault of a video, and what difference at this point does it make anyway? Loyalty in our government to the American people is in dire need. Mr. Trump has said and expressed, and many of his staff members and many of the people that work for Mr. Trump and people that have encountered him in the past have said that he has an incredible amount of loyalty to the people that he works with or works for him. I think there's something very important about loyalty that's often forgot. How many of you people work for an employer that thinks you're supposed to be loyal to them? Well, you showed up to work today. That was your loyalty. What they need to know is that loyalty goes down so that trust can go up. When Mr. Trump said, and he will say it, I'm sure, again tonight, that he will never let us down, in the first time in 30 years of public service, I think I believe a presidential candidate. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker I'd like to introduce, she is representing Texas with the Republican National Committee, the RNC. First, I want to say the RNC is working great with the campaign. We're working great with the party here locally at the state level as well as across all the counties. And how many people here were actually at the recent state convention or a delegate? Raise your hand. Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you for your activism. We have a national convention coming up in just over 30 days, and we're going to come out united and stronger than ever before. I'd like to introduce our Republican National Committee woman who understands Texas, she understands conservatives, and she understands what we care about and how to win. Please welcome Tony Ann Daschle.
Wow, are you guys awesome? And you're loud. How loud are you? Trump, 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 Trump. And I know something else about you. You're all against Hillary. Lying Hillary. have we been dealing with lies? And have we been dealing with the Democrats lining their pockets with gold? Let's just look at the Clinton Foundation, $2.2 billion. Who is she going to answer to? Not you. We need to stand together. Did they lie to us? Ladies and gentlemen, did they lie to us? Did they tell us we did not build our business? No, that's wrong. We take the responsibility. We take the risk. Were we told that Obamacare was going to be lower premiums and we get to keep our doctors? I don't think so. No, our premiums are skyrocketing and we're seeing our limited choices for doctors. Have we had enough? Yes, we have had enough. And it is time to stand up and bring a man in that is going to change things in D.C. Trump. He's a man that is going to serve us. He's going to fight with us. He's going to stand alongside us to make sure our dreams come true. This man has strength. I know we've seen it. He is independent, just a little bit. He is one that we can be proud of to call the next president of the United States. He reminds me of the pioneers of Texas. Did they not come in here? And did they not have to put determination and grit together to create this great state? He's just like those pioneers that fought for this state and are going to fight, and he will fight for us in this state also. We need his independence. We need that grit and determination to make this country great again. He's going to do that for us. Now, let me just talk a little bit. If you know me at all, you know that I have to give you a challenge. You guys have taken the first step by coming to this rally because I know you support Donald Trump. Yes. But this is your challenge. Do you know the date that we have to make him our president? November 8th. And I want that plastered everywhere, on your phones, the refrigerator, in your car. That's your next step. You have to vote. But not just you, ladies and gentlemen. You need to bring in your family, your friends, your co-workers, and you have to start recruiting them to know what Donald Trump brings to the table. This man has so much to offer, and we have to take the challenge to spread that word so that they will go out and vote. Now, there's always this one little problem about Election Day. People forget. And we cannot forget to vote on November 8th. So what your challenge is, build your coalitions, those family, the friends, the coworkers, and it is your job to get them to the polls that day. We need that man that is going to be bold. We need the leader that he is, a leader of leaders. He is the man that is going to take us to make America great. He's going to let our dreams come true. He's going to create opportunity for all of us in this room and everywhere else in the United States, and particularly in Texas. He will break down the barriers, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to break down the barriers. We do not want the government telling us what to do. No. So are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? Yes. We are ready to elect Donald Trump to make America great again. Make America great again. Stand with the Republican Party. Stand with the Republican Party of Texas, and let us all unite and vote on November 8th and elect the next president of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Tony Ann. All right. Who wants to hear from the next President of the United States? Mr. Trump will be out shortly, but first, we want to hear from you. And what we need is we need all the voters in your neighborhood to hear from you as well. So if you have a phone, you can pull out your cell phone and just text Trump to 88022. You'll get campaign updates. We'll be working with you throughout the campaign as we move through the national convention and onto the general. Our campaign is working with the state and local county parties. We'll be working with the different candidates up and down the ballot. Not only is Donald Trump going to be able to rearrange the map, we're going to win not only in red states, but purple states and maybe even some blue states. We're going to do the same thing right here in Texas. We're going to win some purple counties, some purple districts, some blue counties, blue districts, but we need your help to do it. So text Trump, T-R-U-M-P, to 88022. Like us on Facebook at Texas for Trump. Sign up on our website for our email list. Encourage your friends to do it as well. You can sign up to volunteer, hit the checkbox. You also want to sign up as part of our coalition. We've got women, we've got business leaders, we've got veterans, first responders, hunters, women, any group you want to join. We've got different groups. We need to build coalitions. We'll be organizing statewide as well as locally. We need your help. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll have Mr. Trump come out here shortly, maybe a few surprises. And thank you all for coming out.
Put your ear to the track, get ready to roll. Something good's coming to America's soul. We're sick of the lies and manipulation. We wanna do what's best for our own nation. About time we win, and we know we can. So let's make America great again. Trump train, get on board, Trump train. There's room for more. We know where we're going down this track. Clickety clack, let's take our country back. Trump train, Trump train. Take care of our heroes, the vets who come back. Be on alert, 'cause we're under attack. Protect our borders, build that wall. Make fair trade for one and all. Bring the jobs back to our land. Oh, let's make America great again. Trump train, get on board, Trump train. There's room for more. We know where we're going down this track. Clickety clack, let's take our country back. Trump train, Trump train. We wanna be proud of the USA. So get up and vote and have your say. We wanna be proud of the USA. So get up and vote and have your say. Trump train, get on board, Trump train. There's room for more. We know where we're going down this track.
I am so excited about being here in Houston, Texas. And let me tell you why I'm excited about Houston. Not only is Mr. Trump back here in Texas, but he is back as the Republican nominee for president of the United States of America. And there is a wonderful, wonderful personal cliche to being in the great city of Houston, because my wife, Tamara Burns, was born here in Houston, Texas. And she said, baby, we're going back to the state that you don't mess with Texas. You don't mess with Texas. You don't mess with Texas. And I came all the way from South Carolina to tell you, I know that Texas is Trump country. I'm tired, Houston, of crooked Hillary and her illegal, listen to me, why she's even allowed to run for the office. She belongs in jail. I'm trying to figure that out. I'm trying to figure it out. She don't belong as the president. She belongs in prison. Prison. And what's so beautiful about Donald Trump is Donald Trump is a person that can't be controlled by special interest group. They can't control him. They can't control him. And you know why they can't control him, Houston? It's because he speaks for the people of America. That's you. That's me. And I'm tired of the current administration and their weak stance on terrorists that hides behind Islam. We are tired. We are tired. We are tired of being. We are tired, Houston, of people trying to push us around. But guess what? We will never forget. We won't forget what happened in Benghazi. We won't forget what happened in San Bernardino. And we will never forget what happened here in Orlando, Florida. We will never, shall never forget. And our weak president doesn't want to call it what it is. It is radical Islamic terrorism. That's what it is. And it's amazing to me how we now have a presidential candidate who is saying, I'm tired of other people getting theirs first. It is now time for America to get ours first. Americans first. And because he is thinking about us Americans, they want to call him a racist. They want to say that he hates black people and he hates Hispanics and he hates women. But I bet you there's some women right here in Houston, Texas that belongs from Donald Trump. Because the Democrats are liars. Democrats are liars. Let me tell you why they're liars. Because Donald Trump is not a candidate that's going to tap dance for your vote. He's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. He is not going to pander after you, America. He's not going to pander after black people. He's not going to pander after white people. He's not going to pander after Hispanics. He says, I am going to deal with real issues that affects everybody. Because the fact of the matter is, if you can't get a job, poverty knows no color. Knows no color. And the Democrats have been pandering after black people for over 50 years. Yeah, I'm going to say it. They've been pandering after black people for over 50 years. And the black people, we are still broke. We're not strong as a people. Donald Trump is saying, I am coming to bring jobs back to America. Because the Democrats understand, if I can keep you and I fighting each other based off of the color of our skin, then I won't be focusing on the real issues like jobs leaving the country and making the rich richer and the poor stay poor. Somebody say, we won't have it. We will not have it. Not on my watch, and that's what I know, Houston. You will never let Hillary step foot in the White House. Never. Because you are going to get out and vote. And we understand. It's amazing how Hillary and the Democrats think we're stupid. They think we're stupid. And the Washington Post, oh my Lord. Did you read that about what the Washington Post said? They're talking about some 30 delegates are trying to scheme, and they're trying to block, our candidate Donald Trump from getting the nomination. That's ludicrous. And I know when we get to Cleveland, we as the Trump train are going to march ourselves into that place. We are going to make sure that nobody takes that nomination, because Donald Trump is going to say these words. I, Donald Trump, accept the nomination for the Republican President of the United States of America. Because with your help and with my help, we, with Donald Trump, will make this country great. Because I'm tired, America, I'm tired. I'm tired of people losing. I'm tired of our military getting treated like they're nothing. I'm tired. And guess what? Blue lives do matter. Blue lives matter. Because as long as the Democrats keep us focusing on our color, listen to me say this before I go. When you see somebody that looks different than you, smile at them. Smile. Acknowledge that they're in the room. Acknowledge that they're in the room. Show that we Trump supporters, we're not these racist hicks that the media tries to make us out to be. We're not. But we're going to let the media know that we are part of the United States of America. We are one people. We are one voice. Because USA. I say it all over this country. I say it all over this country, that there are no black people. There are no white people. There are no Asian people. There are no Hispanic people. The only colors that matter is the colors of the red, white. And you're going to make sure, Houston, that you get out and vote. You're going to vote. You're going to vote. You're going to tell your neighborhoods to vote, because we are not ashamed to support Donald Trump for President of the United States of America. We're not ashamed. Somebody say, we're not ashamed. We're not ashamed, and we're coming for the Democrats. Hillary, we're coming for you. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. And we're going to march ourselves to the White House to welcome Donald J. Trump as the next president of the United States of America. God bless you, Houston. God bless America. I'm Pastor Mark Burns, and you better get out and vote for the next president. God bless you all. Shout, Trump! Trump, 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 Trump.
All right, how's it going, everyone? If you can hear me, please press 1. I just want to know if the mic is too high, too low. Let me know. We're gonna do some polling real quick while we wait for Trump. So press 1 if you can hear me. All right, great, great. So, if you haven't been on our stream before, you don't know what the polling game is basically I read to you a sentence, and if you agree, you press 1. If you disagree, you press 2. It's really easy. So here's the question or the stance. It's basically a stance. Liberals are destroying America. Now that one's really easy, just to start off. If you agree, press 1. If you disagree, press 2. All right, so it looks like we got an overwhelming 1. In my opinion, I think liberals are cancer. I think the left is cancer, and it's destroying this world and destroying the United States of America. Okay, let's go to the next one. This one hits close to home, and it says, California is too liberal. If you agree, press 1. If you disagree, press 2.
You're going to hear from the man who's going to save the United States of America. Now, there's a few very big issues in this election, and I'm going to talk about a few of them very quickly with you. Now, one of the biggest issues in this election is the issue of border security. Now, all of you in this state have seen what open borders has done to this country. You've seen its effect on our schools. You've seen its effect on our hospitals. You've seen its effect on our wages, our jobs, and our security. Now, year after year after year, as working people have suffered and families have suffered, have our politicians done anything? No. They've delivered only for the special interest. Well, they've let innocent Americans suffer at the hands of illegal immigration. Donald J. Trump is going to secure the border, and he's going to build that wall. And Donald Trump, he's going to build that wall for every single American citizen. He's going to build that wall for every family that wants to raise their kids in peace and safety. He's going to build that wall so transnational gangs can't terrorize our communities anymore. He's going to build that wall because he believes in America, our own people come first, last, and always. This is a matter, folks, as you know here in the state of Texas, this is a matter of life and death. How many innocent Americans have died because we haven't secured our border? How many people have suffered because we didn't enforce our laws? You know, if I see out here the Stolen Lives banners, all of the wonderful parents, the moms and dads who had beautiful children, and they lost those children because the politicians of this country, like Hillary Clinton, don't believe in protecting Americans. Donald J. Trump will always protect Americans. And Donald J. Trump will secure the border on behalf of every mom who had to bury her own child. Now, Hillary Clinton has a different idea for border security. Hillary Clinton says we need to shut down the detention centers. Hillary Clinton says we need to give Obamacare to illegal immigrants. Hillary Clinton says we need to release people when they show up at the border. Hillary Clinton, folks, and you won't hear it in the media, she has the most radical immigration plan in the history of the United States. Hillary Clinton is the first person, really, I would suspect, in the history of the world to run for this high office on a pledge to destroy her own nation's borders. Can America elect somebody to the highest office who will destroy the borders of her own country? What can you say about the moral character of a person who's not willing to protect their own citizens? It sounds pretty crooked to me, folks. But each of you has a responsibility, and each of you has a chance, and each of you has the privilege in 2016 to be able to change all of this. Each of you has the chance to ensure that your children can grow up in a country where the American people come first. Each of you has the chance to send all the special interests packing. Each of you has a chance to eject the people who betrayed you, who betrayed your family, and who failed this country for years. So my question for all of you, are you prepared to rise to the moment? Are you ready to rise to the occasion? Are you ready to come together as Americans and to protect the working people of this country? And are you prepared to send a message that politicians like Hillary Clinton, who sell favors to the highest bidder, who betray this country to the highest bidder, who betray you to the highest bidder, will never, ever, ever get to be president of the United States? We've had enough rule by special interests. We've had enough rule by top dollar. We'd have enough rule by the insiders. We are ready for a revolution of democracy. We are ready for a government to serve its people. We are ready for the peaceful, loving, decent, honest, hardworking, caring citizens of this country to be the captains of their own destinies again. We are ready for a republic that serves its own citizens, that doesn't measure their worth by their bank account, that doesn't measure your vote by how much you can donate, that doesn't measure your value by how much you can contribute. We are ready for a government that serves the citizens of this country because they are loyal, because they are caring, and because they call America home. So all of you have been bestowed by history with this chance to right a grave injustice on behalf of every single person who's been made a second-class citizen of in their own country. You have a chance to deliver justice on behalf of every American who has suffered. Are you ready to vote for justice? Are you ready to vote for American children? Are you ready to vote for American jobs? Are you ready to vote for American wages? Are you ready to vote for decency and honesty in government? Are you ready to vote for principle and integrity in government? Are you ready to vote for a policy that puts Americans first? And are you ready, Texas, to vote for Donald J. Trump? God bless you, God bless this state, and God bless the United States. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
All right, guys, here's the next question. Hold on one second here.
Question: are we going to let Hillary Clinton win Texas in November? I don't think Donald could hear you. Are we going to let Hillary Clinton win Texas in November? Are we going to squash her like a bug in November? We have worked so hard, everyone in this room, to elect Republicans in Texas in almost every office. Today, out of our 254 counties, 141 do not have one Democrat elected because of you. We do not want them to get a foothold. Donald Trump's going to win Texas, but not by 2 points, not by 5 points, not by 10 points. We want to send the Democrats packing forever. Donald Trump will be the change agent that you've been praying for and hoping for and wishing for and working for your entire life. This is the election. If you have anyone who's a friend, a family member, a coworker that says, you know, I don't know, here's what you tell them. You're voting straight Republican ticket in Texas and sending Donald Trump to the White House. And for that confused person that says, you know, I still don't know, say, look, come January, right after the inauguration, the next president is going to name the replacement for Antonin Scalia. Do we want that to be Hillary Clinton? Who do we want? The next president will most likely nominate and appoint 2 to 3 Supreme Court justices. This is a decision that doesn't just impact those of us here tonight. It impacts our children, our grandchildren, and generations to come. Because Hillary Clinton will nominate a Supreme Court justice who will eliminate the Second Amendment and take your guns away. We're not going to let that happen. I've had the great pleasure today of traveling with Mr. Trump from San Antonio. We had an event there, an event in Houston earlier, and I can tell you, it's the first time I met him. I've watched him. I've listened to him. I've heard him. I immediately said after Indiana that I was all in with Donald Trump because we must defeat Hillary Clinton, and he is the man to do it. But I can tell you, I was so impressed. His willingness to listen, to learn, so fascinated about everything in Texas, what we're all about, who we are. And I can tell you in just one day, now that he already has his cowboy hat, I can tell you, we're working on the boots next. I can tell you that this is someone, everyone in this room, every one of your family members, every one of your coworkers, and every one of your friends and neighbors will be proud to call Mr. President. So, just before he comes out, are we going to let Hillary Clinton win in November? One more time, are we going to let Hillary win? Is Donald Trump going to be the next president of the United States? One more Texas time. Who's going to be the next president of the United States? Again. Again. Love y'all. God bless. Mr. Trump will be right out. Thank y'all.
All right, let's do this before it starts real quick. The question is, Obama only used the Orlando attacks to jab at the Republican Party. If you agree, press 1. If you disagree, you press 2. All right, so we got an overwhelming one, and I agree with that too. He did use it for his advantage, and even though he did use it, I just got a link from one of our community members, Linda, and on that post it said that Obama has sent the same amount of people that got killed in Orlando, the same amount of Syrian refugees to Florida. I don't even have words to describe what I feel when I read that. It's completely disgusting and despicable. But the next question. All right, so it says, even if people weren't greedy, socialism would still be wrong. Press 1 if you agree, press 2 if you disagree.
We live all over the place. Wow, what a group. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I love you. We love Texas. I love you. I love you, Texas. Man. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, everybody. Somebody asked me, how do you think you're going to do in Texas? I think we're going to do very well in Texas. Right? We're going to do very well. So I have to say this. You know, you have to see what's going on outside. There are lines that are two miles long. I don't know, and I'm not just saying this, even the press, for the first time, and they've seen 35,000 crowds with me, but I think they're even impressed. And to be honest with you, I mean, we're just coming in, and you're talking about miles and miles of people, and I wish the fire department, and they're great, they were wonderful, but they broke the all-time record for this building by far. And I see like you could squeeze a couple of people from outside, but I guess, you know, that's the fire marshals. We have to go by our fire marshals. Would anybody like to leave so that some more people could come in? I don't think so. I don't think so. Well, I want to thank you. This is a great honor. You think this is easy, right? You think so. I get up this morning. I'm like one of the early birds, like a lot of you people. Everybody's an early bird in this group, I think. But I got up, and I was in Dallas, and last night we made a speech in Dallas, and we had an amazing crowd there, too. Gillies, we had a packed house, and we had thousands of people outside that they actually thought were protesters. They weren't. They were people that couldn't get into the venue, thousands. And then we went to San Antonio, and we raised, we have some San Antonio. And we raised a lot of money over the last 2 days for the party. The party is doing very well. The party is actually liking me. You know, I'm an outsider. And historically, they don't love the outsiders. But I think they're starting to like me. And maybe there'll be a few. You know, you don't hear about the tremendous numbers of people. And I'm even talking about the politicians that are totally supportive. If one person raises a little question, it's like, oh, did you hear? Let me tell you, folks, we have tremendous support, tremendous. But the biggest support of all by far, right here. I'm the messenger. Right here. Right here.
We have support like perhaps nobody's ever had when they've run for office, certainly at this stage. I don't think anybody's ever seen anything like this. Some of the pundits that hate me, they hate me with a passion. Which is great. I mean, I love that. Oh, I love that. Look at that. Mexicans for Trump. Mexicans for Trump. I love it. I love it. I love that. Thank you. Thank you. That's cool, man. And you know why it's Mexicans for Trump? Because I'm going to bring jobs back into our country, folks. I'm going to bring jobs back into our country. And Hillary doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know about jobs. Remember this. Remember this. Her husband signed NAFTA. True. Maybe the worst economic development transaction ever signed in the history of our country. It cleaned out our manufacturing. I mean, I just won so many states, and I got to see these states. I went all over the different states in Pennsylvania, New York, all over the place. And I got to see what NAFTA, the havoc that it wreaked. And it's taken our jobs just like we're a bunch of babies, and moved them to other places. Honestly, moved them all over Mexico. We have states where they say, I have statisticians, right? The world's most boring job, but yeah, we got to do it. Somebody's got to do it. And I get numbers where certain states lost 50 and 60% of their manufacturing jobs. And you'd go upstate, like upstate New York, and you see empty factories, empty buildings that you could buy for nothing, buildings that have been abandoned where they left because Bill Clinton signed NAFTA. And it didn't affect him so much because he was gone, but boy, did it affect the rest of these presidents, let me tell you. And we're going to bring our jobs back. We're not going to be the stupid people anymore, folks. We're not going to be the stupid people. So what we have, and we'll build the wall. He says build the wall. We're going to build the wall. We have to. We have to. We have to. Look, we have no choice. We have no choice. So I just got, 3 weeks ago, I got the endorsement of 16,500 Border Patrol agents, right? 16,000. It's the first time they've ever endorsed a presidential candidate, okay? And they're great people. And by the way, their job is much easier now. Stand back. Don't talk. Don't do this. Stand back. Much easier job. They want to do their job. They see what's happening to our country. They love our country. They want to do the job. They're not allowed to do their job. So here's what's going to happen. And I asked them, such incredible people. I asked them, I said, just, I got to be 100% sure. Do we need the wall? Well, you said yes, but they said yes also. I don't know what I would have done. Supposing they said no, I'd say, really? What am I going to do here? But I said, do we need? And they said, Mr. Trump, it is such an unbelievably important weapon for drugs pouring through. I mean, we have drugs pouring into our country. When I won New Hampshire, I love New Hampshire, my first victory. We won 37, I think, I have to say I think, because if it's like 36 or 35, even if it's 38 or 39, they'll correct me. But we won New Hampshire, and when I say we really won it. We won it. This is all about we. This is about we. We. I'll tell you, folks, I didn't have to do this. I didn't have to do this. This is, I love it. I love it. I love it. But I didn't have to do it. This is like work, folks. This is like, hey, you know what? Yesterday was the 1-year anniversary when I announced we're going to run. Yesterday. That was great. The 1 year, that was the 1 year from yesterday. Somebody said, you know, it's June 16th. I said, June 16th, that's when I decided to do this. And it's been a great experience. Thank you, darling. Thank you. I love you. I love you. I love everybody in this room. I love everyone in this room. And you know, the amazing thing, and we all love each other. I'll tell you what, you know, you see, oh, wow, somebody was protesting. The safest place to be anywhere is at a Trump rally, believe me. The safest place. The safest place. And no matter what you say, I mean, you just take a look. Now, if there's one protester that raises the hand, although I love it, you know, the only way I get the show, because nobody has crowds like we have, and they'll admit that. Not Bernie, and Bernie did pretty well with the crowds. He was second. By the way, a deep, deep second. He was way back. No, don't forget, we agree with Bernie on one thing, trade. He knows how bad our trade deals are. He gets it. He gets it, and that's good. Now, we're trying to get Bernie's people, because a lot of those Bernie people hate Hillary Clinton, crooked Hillary as we call her. And, of course, Bernie hates Hillary Clinton. We know that. That's for sure. One thing you got to say, he doesn't give up. She's going, is he still here? Is he still here? Who would have thought that I was going to win, 8 weeks ago? It was supposed to be the opposite way. And here we have it from 8 weeks ago, and she's still out there trying to say, can we get rid of Bernie? Is there any way? And just like she can't close that deal, folks, she won't be able to make trade deals. She won't be able to take care of our military. Everybody's going to be ripping us off as a country, okay? The same exact way and the same way that you're looking at it. So, look, here's what we have to do. When I came down, thank you. When I came down, and I actually said, oh, I thought it was a protester. I said, friend or foe? And it was friend, and I was disappointed. Because if it's friend, the cameras will never go there. So that's no good. Thank you. That's called an enthusiastic friend. But just so you understand, we've had things happen to our country. I mean, World Trade Center. If you look at what happened in California recently, San Bernardino, you look at that. It's a radicalization like nobody's ever seen before. It's a radicalization. It's a hatred. It's a hatred. It's a deep-seated hatred. And President Obama is trying to make terrorism into guns. And it's not guns, folks. It is not guns. It is not guns. This is terrorism. And by the way, the NRA came out, National Rifle, I tell you what, they came out very strongly, probably the earliest they've ever done it. So the National Rifle Association endorsed Trump, and those people are fantastic people. You know, they take a lot of heat. They love this country. They love what it represents. They're protecting your Second Amendment, and nobody will protect your Second Amendment like Donald John Trump. Nobody. 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 And remember this, Hillary Clinton wants to abolish the Second Amendment. Essentially, she wants to abolish the Second Amendment. She wants to take your guns away, and you see things like we saw over the weekend. Remember this, if you had some of those incredible young people that were so brutally killed over the weekend, or people in Paris, where you have the toughest gun laws in the world, in Paris and France. In Paris, you have the toughest gun laws in the world, 130 killed, wounded, still in the hospital, devastated, they'll never be the same, just horribly wounded. Same thing in San Bernardino. Same thing in our military base, where we had 5 unbelievable soldiers. One of them was a world-class marksman. It was a gun-free zone. You know, a gun-free zone oftentimes means carnage, because let's call them the enemy, which is what they are, and we should declare war on ISIS. We should declare war on ISIS. War. It's war. It's war. And they're poisoning they are poisoning our youth through the internet. They're getting people to go over there. The press calls these people masterminds at the top level. They're not masterminds, folks. They're thugs. They're sick people. And we've got to put an end to it. And if we don't, we're not going to have a country left anymore. We're not going to have a country. So we're going to get very tough. Our military is depleted, badly depleted. You see that. Nobody better than our military people. Nobody better than our vets. Look at the way our vets are being taken care of. We're going to take care of our vets, folks. Who's a vet? We're going to take care of our vets. They wait online. These are great people, our greatest people. They wait online for 5, 6, and 7 days, and they die. They die waiting to see a doctor for a routine ailment. A routine ailment, and they're waiting 5, 6, 7 days. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening. It's like Hillary. It's a corrupt enterprise, okay? It's a corrupt enterprise. And we're going to straighten that out. We're going to make sure they get very quick and very good care. And if they can't see a doctor, we're going to have them go across the street to a hospital, to a private doctor, to a public hospital, who cares? And we're going to pay the bill. We're going to pay that bill. And you know what? That's less expensive, by the way. That's less expensive than what we're doing right now. And you look at the number of deaths. So we're going to take care, very much so. We're going to take care of our veterans. And I'm the one, for the first time in decades, our veterans are going to be treated like they should be treated. They're going to be treated great. Wow. My friends. So I have in the front row, and I just see some of the greatest people, These are people who lost loved ones. These are my friends. And they called me right after my announcement, and they said, "Thank you, Mr. Trump." Nobody else has thought of them. These are people that lost loved ones to people that should not have been in the country. And I want to just thank you all. You're sweethearts. Thank you. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Look at the sign. Hold that up. Look at that sign. Wow. Whoa. Gays for Trump. Gays for Trump. Well, look. Hillary Clinton, crooked Hillary, takes tens of millions of dollars into her foundation, takes tens of millions of dollars from countries that kill gays and that enslave women. And I will tell you, I am far better for women. I am far better for gays. And now she wants people from these countries to come into the United States, and I was saying at a 500% greater clip than Obama, and the press said I was wrong. Guess what? It was 550%. It was more. 550% more than Obama coming in, and many of these countries, they want to kill gays, and they enslave women. And Hillary Clinton wants them pouring in. You tell me, who's better for gays? Who is better? Tell me, who is better for women? Who is better for women? And what happened to the LGBT community over the weekend to what happened there. And remember this, before we get off to the next subject, which is going to be a very interesting subject for you folks. But don't we feel bad for the 10, 15, 20? How many people are outside, press? How many? Is it 10,000 or 20,000? Because I'll tell you what, I think it's closer to 20. Anyway. If we had people where the bullets were going in the opposite direction, right smack between the eyes of this maniac, if some of those wonderful people had guns strapped right here, right to their waist or right to their ankle, and this son of a bitch comes out and starts shooting, and one of the people in that room happened to have it and goes boom, boom. You know what? That would have been a beautiful, beautiful sight, folks. That would have been a beautiful, beautiful sight. So don't let them take your guns away. And believe me, you put me in there, we're going to save that Second Amendment. We're going to save your guns. They're not going to take away your bullets. They're not going to shorten up your magazines. They're not going to do anything. We're going to preserve it and we're going to cherish it. And that's what we have to do. Now, remember this. So we have I love you. Look at this guy. He keeps shouting. He loves. You love me, right? Okay. Hey, you know what? He's a guy, but I love him, okay? He's a guy, but I love him. That's cool, man. All right, so look, we have a lot of things happening. One of the things is by circumstance, we lost a great Justice, Scalia. And on the Supreme Court, we're going to have probably 3 picks, but it could be 4, it could even be 5. It could be a record in the history of the Supreme Court for a 4-year term. And if Hillary gets in there and puts these horrendous picks in the Supreme Court, folks, we are like Venezuela. You see what's happening to Venezuela, right? You see what's happening. We will be a large-scale version of Venezuela, and it's not going to be pretty. One of the reasons I hope you're with me, and I know is there anybody in this room that's not going to vote for Trump? Just out of curiosity. Nobody. Wow. USA. Amazing. Okay, so, ready? So, one of the most, look, defense is always the most important, right? You know, defense is always. But I will pick great, smart, brilliant, conservative, intellects, great judges. And what I've done is we went to the Federalist Society, where they really, and also with the auspices of Heritage, which is a great group. And we picked 11 judges. We're going to probably put 3 or 4 more on there. But we picked 11 great, great judges. And I said, from this group or very similar to this group, we are going to pick judges for the United States Supreme Court. And you're going to be proud of those judges, and they're going to be terrific. Hopefully very much in the mold of Judge Scalia. That's what we want to do, okay? So I just think it's so important. The defense of our country, we have to build up our military, we have to take care of our vets, we have to do all these things. But we have to pick great justices for the Supreme Court. And if we don't, we're not going to have a country anymore. We're not going to have a country. So it's so important. And a lot of people forget. They say, oh, well, this and that. It's so important. One of the most important things. Okay, so, ready? We need borders, right? We need borders. We need borders. And he was saying just a little while ago, the wall. And we're going to have the wall. And we're going to have a wall. It's going to be such a beautiful wall. It's going to be so big. It's going to be so powerful. It's going to be as beautiful as a wall can be. I've got to make it beautiful because maybe someday they'll name the wall the Trump wall. Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? But, folks, we have to have it. And the Border Patrol said, Mr. Trump, you need it. Look, here's the story. We need borders. We don't have borders right now. We need borders. We either have a country or we don't. We don't have borders. We don't have a country. All right? And people are pouring in, and we need this. But we also need it for drugs. When I was up in New Hampshire, I was going to say, I spent a great deal of time there, and I got to know the people. And it's a beautiful state. Incredible. The beautiful lakes and rivers and roadways and the trees and everything. And I'd sit with a group and I'd say, what's the big problem in New Hampshire? They said heroin. I said, heroin? It doesn't work. I mean, it doesn't fit with everything, the beauty. And it turned out to be a massive, massive, massive problem for New Hampshire. And then I went to South Carolina. I went to Massachusetts. I went all over the place. No matter where I went, heroin and drugs that pour across the southern border. And I said to the people of New Hampshire, my first victory, I love them. I love them. I said to the people of New Hampshire, look, if I get elected, we're going to solve your problem. We're going to try and get your youth. And it's not only youth, it's beyond youth. But we're going to try and get people, help them. We're going to help them. We got to make them better. We got to get them off it. It's not easy. We're going to work like hell to get them off this horrible stuff that's flowing in. And it's cheaper than candy. It's cheaper than candy because there's so much of it. It pours in because our leadership, our president, doesn't have a damn clue what the hell he's doing. And our youth are being poisoned. They're being poisoned. And the wall will be done. And, you know, interestingly, when I was talking to certain politicians, they said, you don't really build a wall. I mean, you can't really build a wall. Well, we have 2,000 miles. We actually need 1,000, even less than that, because we have a lot of natural barriers, right? Big, strong, wonderful natural barriers. So we need 1,000 miles. The Great Wall of China is 13,000 miles long, and it was built 2,000 years ago, folks. 2,000 years ago. And they didn't have Caterpillar tractors, just so you understand. You know, to the best of my knowledge, they didn't have, and we will not use Komatsu. We will use Caterpillar, okay? We will use Caterpillar. I'm not using Komatsu. You know, I used to tell the story, and I could see what was happening. I don't know if you saw, 2 days ago it was announced that our trade deficit, is the largest it's been in 7 years, okay? Now think of that. How sad. And here I am for years saying our trade. And the arrogance, they don't listen. They don't listen to me. They have to listen to me, right? Because I'm representing a lot of people, folks. So we have the largest trade deficit we've had in many, many years. And that's why I mentioned the name Komatsu, right? And a friend of mine, this is 2 years ago now, I used to tell this story. I haven't told it. But he's an excavator, a great excavator, big. And I see him, and he's very sad. And I say, why are you sad? He's a rough guy. He doesn't get too sad, but he gets sad. He's rough. Most excavators are pretty rough, right? You know, these are not babies. But let's say this. He's as sad as an excavator can be, right? But he said to me, Donald, I just ordered Komatsus. I said, really? Why? He said, because Japan has devalued their currency to such an extent, and he always bought Caterpillar tractors. His whole life he bought Caterpillar, and they couldn't compete, only for one reason, because Japan has brilliantly devalued, and he went on and made a very, very large order of Komatsu. I say, are they as good? He said, no, but they're very good. They're very good, high-quality equipment, not as good, but good enough and quite good. And I said, so what do you think? He said, our country's in trouble. And I started telling this story 2 years ago, And if you think about it, I really predicted exactly what was going to happen, because look at what's going on. We're losing our jobs like crazy. The reason I won Indiana was largely, was because of Bobby Knight. I mean, Bobby Knight, Bobby Knight. And some other great folks, I want to tell you. And I think we would have won very big anyway, but boy, did we win in a big landslide. But you know what? That was right in the time when everybody was talking about Carrier air conditioner moving to Mexico, firing 1,400 people. And those people were following me around that week in Indiana. They came from Indianapolis, and Carrier had a big plant, and they said, we're closing it, folks. So remember, it was on all over television. We're closing it. We're moving to Mexico. Now, I don't blame Mexico. I don't blame Mexico. And I don't blame China for ripping us off, and they are ripping us big league, right? Biggest trade deficits in the history of the world with China. We have rebuilt China. I don't hold it against them at all. Not all. I don't hold it against China. I don't hold it against Japan. I don't hold it against Mexico or Vietnam or India or any other country that's killing us on trade, that's taking our jobs. I don't hold it against them. I hold it against our leaders for being grossly incompetent. They're incompetent. And when they want to take our companies out of our country, there's going to be a price to be paid. There's going to be consequences. No more, folks. No more. No more. No more empty factories that sit there and rot like all over Pennsylvania, all over New York State, all over Maryland. I'm looking at these places. You wouldn't believe what you're seeing. And you could see 20, 25 years ago, thriving enterprises, and now they're rotted from the water and from the wind. So we're going to do things, folks, and we're going to be the smart people again. You know, a lot of the Republicans have said to me, and they said, you know, you are not conservative. And the reason I imitate somebody, he said, you are not a conservative because you don't believe in free trade. Okay. Who cares? Let me tell you, folks, let me tell you. Number one, I'm a Republican. Number two, I happen to be conservative. But more importantly, I was asked by one of the networks recently, so what is your status? You know, to be a conservative, you're supposed to believe in free trade, goes across the border. But we don't have free trade. People think we do because they're stupid people. We don't have free trade. With China, they dump their product all over the place. They're dumping steels and ruining our steel mills. They're ruining our steel mills. Obama's closing up our coal miners and our mines. So you got miners all over the place. And you know what? I went into West Virginia. We won West Virginia in a landslide. Because the miners know that I'm going to put the miners back to work. We're going to put the steel workers back to work. We're going to put them back to work. And we're going to put them back fast. But I don't blame these countries. What I do is I blame our inadequate leadership. And it's almost hard to believe that this could be happening when you look at what's going on with our country. Now, here's what we're going to do. Let's take and I could talk about Ford. I can talk about Carrier. I can talk about hundreds of different companies that are no longer here. They're no longer here. And here's the story, folks. I believe in free trade. Okay, that's official. But here's the problem with free trade. We need smart leaders to make free trade work. And we have leaders that are not smart. In fact, they're rather stupid, I must say. They're rather stupid. So I was asked on a program the other day, recently, they said, do you believe in free trade? I said, yeah, I do. Do you believe in fair trade? Yeah, I do. I believe in trade. Well, what kind of trade do you like the best? I said, here's my trade. I want to make great deals. That's what it is for the people, for this country. I don't care if it's free trade. I don't care if it's fair. It doesn't make any difference. I want my trade deal. I want to make good deals for you. And I have the greatest negotiators in the world. We have Carl Icahn. I've gotten endorsed by the big business leaders. They love Trump, what can I tell you? But I have such great endorsement. We have the greatest negotiators in the world in our country, and we don't use them to make these deals that are bigger than any company's deals. These are the biggest deals. Deals with China, deals with Japan and Mexico. These are the biggest deals in the world, folks. And we use political lightweights, political hacks that don't know what they're doing. And China looks at us and they can't believe how stupid we are. They can't believe they get away with it for years. It's amazing that the country, not so well, but that the country functions. It's amazing. So we're going to change all of that. And when we came down, remember, when I started this journey, it was about illegal immigration, and these are my friends right here, and they've lost big league, the biggest. They've lost the biggest. All of my friends, unbelievable people. They've lost the biggest. But when I came down, it was about illegal immigration, and it was about trade, and it was about a strong military. But basically, it was about illegal immigration and trade and bringing our jobs back. Then we had Paris happen, and we had other things happen, whether it's San Bernardino or so many others. And I started saying, wow, we got to toughen up this country. We have to be very, very smart and very strong and very vigilant. And we have to get people, when they see there are bombs all over the floor of an apartment, they have to report these people to the authorities, and they have to report them fast. They have to report them fast. No more games. You know, the leader of the Paris attack, they couldn't find him. Do you remember? And it was almost a year. You know where he lived? Right next to where he was living for years. Everybody knew he was there. Nobody reported him. They found him through luck. Nobody reported him. San Bernardino, they see all these bombs all over the floor. They say, well, you know, not too normal to have bombs all over your apartment floor, right? People saw it. This maniac over the weekend, look at his record. People saw what he was doing. First of all, his wife knew. I think his father knew. I think a lot of people knew. And they didn't report him. And we have now 50 young people. We have 50 people dead. We have a tremendous number of people badly, horribly, gravely injured. They didn't report him. They knew he was going to go. They knew he was going to explode. Nobody reported him. Nobody. They have to report. And I've been saying it for 2 weeks, big league. And now all of a sudden people are saying report. They're saying report. Okay. So here's one other thing, folks. We have a country that's bust, right? We have a country that's bust. We protect Japan. We protect Germany. We protect Saudi Arabia. We protect South Korea. We protect all these countries, and they don't pay us what it costs. They don't pay us. We're losing a fortune. We have to go to those countries, which are wonderful countries. We have to say we need help. Now, Hillary said, how dare Donald Trump say that? He wants to abandon Japan. I don't want to abandon Japan. Now, here's the problem with what she said. By her saying that, you can never make a good deal. Because she's saying under no circumstances, folks, we have to be prepared to walk. I don't want to walk. Hopefully we're not going to walk. But if you don't say you're going to walk, or if you're not prepared to walk, you're never going to get them to pay. We are losing billions and billions and billions of dollars protecting very strong financial behemoths. South Korea. How about Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia was making $1 billion a day when the oil was high. Now they're still making a fortune. If we weren't there, Saudi Arabia wouldn't be there for 2 weeks, okay? We protect Saudi Arabia. We pay rent. We pay rent on facilities that we have. We pay rent, and we're protecting. With Japan, with our Japan treaty, if the United States gets attacked, they can watch the attack on Sony television and never do a thing. If they get attacked, we have to use the full force of our armed forces to protect them, okay? Who makes these deals? Who makes these deals? Who makes these deals? So what I'm saying is this. I have to go, my favorite. So I get asked by a very good commentator, what do you think of NATO? Now, in all fairness, I've been doing deals all my life. I built this great company and all that stuff. And I do deals. Nobody talked about NATO. I mean, in all fairness, I'd like to say I have great experience with NATO, but I do have a lot of common sense, and I do have a lot of business instinct, like some of my friends that are here. So the question is, what do you think of NATO? I'm saying to myself, first thing is, nobody's ever asked me this before. Second thing is, well, I said this. I said, number one, I believe it's obsolete. Set up many, many years ago about the Soviet Union. Soviet Union doesn't exist. Now it's Russia, but Russia's still a big threat. It's okay for Russia. The problem is that our new threat is terrorism. And NATO wasn't really set up for terrorism. They don't even have the right countries, all right? So I said, it's obsolete because it doesn't take care and take into account terrorism. Number two, all of these countries, well, a lot of them don't pay. In the real estate business, I have some friends that are in real estate here. They call it, they're delinquent, right? They're delinquent. They didn't pay their rent. These people didn't pay. Now, we're protecting them, probably end up in third world war by protecting these countries. They don't even pay, or they pay us a fraction, or they pay us much less than they've agreed to pay us, because nobody asked them for money. In the meantime, we have the highest taxes in the world. We have budget deficits that are through the roof. And by the way, speaking of that, I'm lowering your taxes lower than any other candidate by far. By far. And we're getting rid of these horrible, horrible regulations that are killing people and killing small business. We're getting rid of so many of them. So many of them. So I said, it's obsolete. They don't take care of terrorism. And they're not paying up. They got to pay up. And it turned out I was right on both counts. But I'll never forget. The first 3 or 4 days, Donald Trump didn't know anything about NATO. I said, why? 3 or 4 days later, all of a sudden, people that studied it very closely, that never study anything else, they have blinders on, right? They can't see the forest for the trees, right? You know the expression. They can't see the forest for the trees. All of a sudden, 3 or 4 days later, people are saying, he's brilliant. He's right. He's brilliant. Like Putin. Putin called me brilliant. I like it. They want me to disavow. Putin said Donald Trump is brilliant. Essentially, he'll be the next leader. But Donald Trump is brilliant. And the people I was debating against, they said, we would like you to disavow that statement. I said, you think I'm going to disavow that statement? Are you crazy? So, with NATO. So, I went 3 days, and the press was just absolutely brutal, like I didn't know what the hell I'm talking about. Give me a break. Then 3 or 4 days later, the experts are starting to say, Trump is sort of right. It's obsolete. These are people that study it 8 hours a day. They study it. And they're saying, Trump could be right. And he's right also. They're not paying up. They're not paying up. They owe us a lot of money, many of these countries. Okay. Now, here's what happens. About 7 days ago, front page of the Wall Street Journal. Big, big story. NATO to set up major terrorism unit, General so-and-so to be the head of it. I said, that's what I said. Now, they don't give me credit for that. They had a little sentence, like a little 1/3 sentence. Donald Trump wasn't happy about it. Oh, great. Great. Folks, our country has such incredible potential. We have such incredible potential. There are so many pockets of fat. There are so many pockets of stupidity. We can bring our country back bigger and better and stronger than ever before. I'm telling you. Just on the military. And I said this. I said, again, you have to always be prepared to walk. But just on the military, I said, look, we want to help Japan. We want to be a great ally to Japan. We'll always be friends with Japan. But you know, they got to help us. Obama sent a general out, and he said, doesn't Donald Trump know, this is true, I promise. Doesn't Donald Trump know that Japan covers 50% of the cost of the military? I said, why don't they cover 100% of the cost of the, why? Now, you know, if he said 50%, the number is probably 25 or 20%, okay? Folks, we're like the country, and so true, that's being led by the dumb people. It's not going to happen anymore, folks. It's America first. It's America first. It's America first. And we're going to get it going, and we're going to get it going like it hasn't been going in many, many years. I really mean it. You know my theme. I see all these hats, Make America Great Again. White, red, camo, black, all of these hats. But we're going to, you know, the theme is Make America Great Again. I honestly believe it will be Make America Great Again, Make America Safe Again, safe. And I really believe that our country can be greater than ever before. I know the people. These are unbelievable These are unbelievable people. And folks, we don't win anymore, right? We don't win anymore. We don't win. We don't win with anything. We don't win on trade. We don't win with the military. We're going to knock the hell out of ISIS. By the way, we have no choice. We have no choice. We have no choice. But we're going to start winning again. We're going to win so much, you people are going to get sick of it. You're going to come up, and they're going to call me from Texas. Mr. Trump, sir, you have thousands and thousands of calls from Texas. They're all your friends. They heard you speak one night. Mr. Trump, they're very upset. President Trump, they're very upset. They're going to walk in, and they're going to say, go ahead, what the hell difference? They're going to walk in, they're going to say, President Trump, thousands and thousands of calls from Texas. They are so upset with you, Mr. President. They can't stand the amount with which you're winning by. Everything is a win. You're winning on trade. You're winning at the border. You're winning with your military. You're winning on health care. We're going to repeal that horrible stuff and replace it. Mr. President, sir, you're winning with Common Core. You're going to end it and bring education local. Mr. President, sir, they can't believe you've saved the Second Amendment 100%. And Mr. President, the people of Texas do not want you to win so much. It's driving them crazy. And I'm going to say, tell the people of Texas that I love them. But we're going to continue to win. We're going to win so much. We're going to make America great again. I love you. Thank you all. I love you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for being here. For the next hour, we're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave the stream on and the music on. So in case you guys want to stay and chat for a little while, you guys are more than free to stay and join us. But let's do one last poll. And that question is: should socialist and communist that has now come out, that we know of now. Should they be blacklisted? Press 1 if you agree. Press 2 if you disagree. Again, should socialists and communists that had come out of hiding this election should be blacklisted? Press 1 if you agree. Press 2 if you disagree. We got an overwhelming one. And I do think that McCarthyism should be reinstated. To blacklist all of those communists and all of the socialists that we now know that are all over the place now. But that's just my opinion. So yeah, guys, we have 2 rallies coming up tomorrow. One is from Vegas and the other one's from Phoenix, Arizona. One will start at 11 a.m. That's Pacific. And the other one will start at 4 p.m. That's also Pacific. So let me give some shout outs real quick to the people that are on the chat. Hopefully, if you're new, you joined the community. But let me get off some shout outs real quick. Let me get this working here. Alright, give me 1 second. Alright, shoutouts coming up. To the people that are on the chat. Alright, there we go. Alright, so let's see here. Let's go through the list of who's joining us. Wasabi! What's going on, brother? We got Bad Santa. Jack Hyde. Who else we got? Rambo Monster. We got Bonnie Walls. Handle Unique. We got Top 10 Games. He said down with socialism. Yes, that's I believe in that too. David says we are Sparta. That's funny. John Wayne says Santa is watching. Fireface75 says liberals fear Trump. Liberals are freaking shaking in their boots because of Trump. They're trying anything and everything to take him down, but it's not going to work. You see, Trump, it was like a tiny snowball back a year ago. And it just kept on getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And now it's just out of, the power behind it is just way too huge. And it's not going to stop. All right, I'll be signing off the mic, guys. Thank you very much for joining us here today. Don't forget, about tomorrow, we have 2 rallies again. One from Vegas and one from Phoenix. So I hope you guys join us. Like I said, I'll leave the stream on for a while in case you guys want to hang out. Thank you very much. And thank you to my mods. We got Brian and Javon here. And to everybody else that calls out the trolls so we can take them down. Thank you very much.
gays don't get bashed. Hi, everybody. I just want to thank you.
Best music compilation.